Eta namhlanje ukhunjisiwe ngesifungo sithathile wabeke eseqhubeka ke lapha ngoba sizokhumbula ukuthi ke izolo istatement sakhe siye samukelwa phambi kwalenkantolo njengengxenye yesifakazo ke lapha ke usi ngaphambi kokuthi aqhubeke bamphinisele lapha emuva kwisigaba sesihlanu nokuyilapho kade ke edalula ke khona izinto ezase zikhona maziphakiwe kwifayela labo lalolu phenyo nanokuthi aphenda kubuzwa ke ngakho ke ilo kakhulume ngodaba lokuthi kena kunencazelo ayinikezelwa uzakwabo uhamanyana emayilana nokuthi wayeseke wathinta noma wabhalela umudli egameni lokuthi ke kube khona okwenziwayo noma ke isenzo esasizoba umfaniswana walesi yasigameko ke lapho ke kwalimala khona inkosi nokwenzakala uthi kena yebo naye wamxhuma wakhuluma naye wabe siyamnikezelela uhlu lezinto lapha ke noma ke inani ukuthi ke yonke lento ayizoyidinga uyisebenzise kwazini ukuthi kuyokwenziwa lo msebenzi loyo uzoba malini kuyimali engango 450,000 wamarandi uthi ke kodwa ke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke lokho sekutholile lolo hlolo wabe ke selithatha elisa kuba kwiziphathimandla ke lapha ke kuyena ukuze bakwazi ukuthi babagunyaze ukuthi bangaqhubeka nalo mcimbi loyo ize unale mali ke kwakuthiwa izodingakala ngoba kokuzoba nezinsiza ezithize ezizosetshenziswa.
Yes. So while the application was in process of being authorized and approved, there was a further recommendation that if Mr. Moodley can provide maybe 3 set of probabilities so as it can be weighed against the 3, not just one set. And based on that, the money now went beyond 500,000. However, the application was submitted.
Futhi ke la emveni kokuba ke sekuye kwathathwa loluhlu ke nesicelo lesi ke sensiza zodingakala ezazithi imali elinganisiwe ekuqaleni kwabe ke sekuveza ukuthi ke cha akungabuhla ngotho lodwa kuphela lezobheka lokuthi mhlawumbe lingasetshenziswa kodwa uma mhlawumbe kuzobhekwa ncantathu ke ukuthi ke ezinye zezinto ezingakwazi ukuthi zilekelele kule mphumela esasifuna nokuyilapho phela ke imali yabe ke isinyukela ke isiba ngaphezulu ke la kwa 500,000.
So just
kodwa noma kunjalo ke kwaqhutshekwa nokuthi kufakwe leso sicelo kuyiphathimandla.
So from what you're saying, my understanding is that there was still a procurement process that was underway for purposes of appointment officially of Mr. Moodley to undertake the work. Is
That's correct, my lady.
Oh, okay.
Impela ke kunjalo kuyiqiniso ukuthi kusaqhutshekwe ke la nesicelo sohlelo ukuthi phela manje ukuze uMoodley aqhubeke noma wenze umsebenzi kuko konke lokho abesekuchazile.
And this is from the period of April 2021 when you took over this matter.
That's correct, my lady.
Impela ke kunjalo ukuthi kusukela lapho kusuka ngoApril kunyaka 2021 kusukela lesikhathi ke thatha izintambo zalolu daba.
Yes, proceed, sir.
Then it happened that after the national head of the directorate has approved, he was advised that it must go to the SABC mother body, supply chain management for procurement processes.
Sizokhumbula ke futhi ukuthi ke emveni kuba sekuye kwaqokwa lo wayinhloko ke uphikweni loluphenya noma olenza amacala akhethekile kwasekuthiwa ke funeke lisiwe ke lapha kwisikhungu noma ke kwimvelaphi yakhona ke mala nokuthi kwazi ukuthi kucutshungulwe ke lenziwe yonke ke lenqubo efanele ukuthi ilandele.
Then unfortunately the application started to experience a delay because we were referred to some treasury regulations and the other financial processes which were creating a deviation from our initial plan.
Ngelishwa ke emveni kokuba sekukhona leminyango kwakufuneke ilandelelwe iminyango zezimali lapha nalapha ke malana lesicelo yila kwabe sekuba khona ukuthi ke kuhambe kancane ngokwenqubo yakhona ke kunalo lahlelo lithasikade sinalo kusuka ekuqaleni ukwenza zonke lezi zinto ngokuphuthuma.
One of the point or fact that was raised was that because of it's a single service provider, one needs to supply or submit a motivation in terms of why it's not going to go through a tender process. rather utilize that one. And the process became too tedious and time delaying.
Futhi ke okunye ke la kwaba ukuthi ke na ngenxa yezinto ezazodingakala lapha na ke la kwamanani kwasekufuneka ukuthi funeke kubhala incwadi phela manje yezincomo noma izonxusa inxenxe ukuthi lesicelo sethu siphumelele ukuthi kungani ngafanele ukuthi lonke lo msebenzi ozokwenziwa ungenziwe ngendlela ukuthi kube ukuthi kunikezelele umsebenzi i-tender thizeni lokho ke yiloko kwasekwenza ukuthi ke kube nokubambezeleka ke kungabe kusahamba ke ngokusheshsha.
And around that time we also experienced together with the office of the NPA, because the investigation was a prosecutor guided investigation. Our feedback to the Luthuli family was no more impressive because we were repeating one thing over and over.
Yilapho ke phela manje kwabe sekucaca ke ukuthi ke umsebenzi wethu ke manje ke njoba ke besesivele ke kwenzeni kwethu sesibambisene nophiko lwezokushushisa ke ungasabe muhle kahle kakhulukazi ke uma sikufanele sibuyisele ke incazelo emndenini wakaLuthuli ngokuthi kwakwenzakalani ngoba manje ngasonke isikhathi makufanele sibachazele ngenqubekela phambili lokuthi kwenzakala nodabeni sesiloku siphinda phinda ke nje into eyodwa.
And then the team now came up with an advice or a suggestion that we should make further inquiries, especially from the internal support structures of the South African Police Service, if isn't there a section or a component with such competencies.
Ilapho kwaqala khona ke umbono phakathi ke ethimbeni lilonke ukuthi cha akuqale kube khona ke futhi ke olunye ke uphenyo noma ingxoxo ezazobanjwa ngaphakathi ke la ethimbeni ke lamaphoyisa ukubheka ukuthi ngabe kukhona yini ezinye zezinto ezazingakwazi ukusekela noma ezazobambeka ukusekela esiceleni sethu.
Then I approached the Division Detective and Forensic Services. There's a section called Crime Scene Management. That's where I was introduced to Lieutenant Colonel Mlumbi.
Ilapho ke phela ke service sithinta ke leneminye iminyaka ekhona lapha ngaphakathi eka Crime Scene Management ilanga thulwa khona noma la ngadibana khona ke no uzakwethu Mlumbi.
Is that at Butongo building in Pretoria?
That's correct, my lady.
Lapha ke kuleli ability noma isakhiwo esilapha ePitoli iButongo building.
Yes.
And while I was approaching the Office of Crime Scene Management, I did not abandon the efforts of securing funds on the other side of supply chain management.
Lesikhathi ke sengiya ke lapha ke kulesakhiwo esilapha ke ePitoli angizange ngikushiye ke emuva noma ngiyeke udaba lokuthi ngiqhubeke la eceleni la ngisicela khona ke usizo lokulekelelwa ngokwezezimali ekwenziweni wonke lo msebenzi.
Yes, and I see that from your statement from around April 2021, it was only in January of 2023 that you met at Butongo building with Colonel Mlumbi.
That's correct, my lady. The reason being, Mr. Mudli, the same supply chain office brought him on board. Oh. He was made to update his tax status and submit the other CIPC documents and everything to do with the company. So, all in all, I'll say we were under the impression that this process will be funded.
Impela ke kunjalo njoba usho ukuthi masibheka la ukuthi kusuke ethathile izintambo ngoApril ka2021 kuvela ukuthi wazi waqala ukudibana nozakwabo ke lo uMlumbi ngonyaka noma ngoJanuary kunyaka 2023 uthi yebo kunjalo phela izathu saloko njoba ngathi kunesikhathe ingoba phela la ethimbeni noma ke kulomsebenzi asiwenza kwayena umuntu babemfaka ke ebhodini lengxoxo kukhona izinto ezithize ke la eziphathelene nenqubo noma ukusebenza kwakhe ekutheni ke akuveza kwendlala lokho phela kwakunikezela inhlatsana yethemba ukuthi kwakhona inqubekela phambili.
But the point I'm making to you is that delay was shy of 2 years. It was at least up to January of 2023. There was a huge delay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh,
It was very huge.
Impela kunjalo ukuthi konke ke lokho kwenzakala kwaba na umthelela ke ukubambezeleka ekutheni ke mobheka lesikhathi kuqalwa kuze ke kube lesikhathi esidibana ke naye ke umlumbi ke kube iminyaka emibili.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, and then when I met with the office of Lieutenant Colonel Mlumbi, I was having the original inquiry docket, which I presented before them and explained my request.
Impela lesikhathi ke sengidibana nabo ke uzakwethu umlumbi ke lapha ehhovisi labo ilapho phela ngafike ngabe sengendlala ke khona docket lela lokuqala nencazelo ke mayelana nenhlelo ke zalo luphenyo sasilenza ke kulolu daba.
So they accepted the documents that I presented before them. They were also comfortable that there is a steam locomotive that they can use in terms of their requirements or their exercise.
Bamukela ke wonke ke ama phephe engabanikezela wona ke mayelana lodaba futhi ke nabo baba nakuthi cha kukhona ezinye izinsiza zingakwazi ukuthi ke zisetshenziswe ke lapha odabeni elimayelana necala.
Then they continued with the process of conducting simulation. However, the one for Mr. Moodley was just packed aside, then concentrating on the progress now that was being experienced by that time.
Ilapho ke ngempela ke nababe sebeqhubekela futhi bezenza futhi ke izinhlelo zokwazi ukuthi ke kube khona lo amcimbi esasithe sifuna ukwenza ngaleke kodwa manje ngasafakwa umnomzane ke uMudli kodwa bayiqhubela ngokwabo.
Okay. So you eventually then found that there was competence within the SAPS to conduct this exercise.
That's correct, my lady.
Impela ke kunjalo ukuthi phela nami ke ediba noma ekuhlanganeni kwami nabo ngabona ukuthi cha nabo ke la noma la emaphoyiseni kuzokwazi ukuthi ke le nqubo ade sifuna ukuyenza iyenzakale ngaphakathi.
And the warrant officer badges, was he introduced to you in the meeting with Mlumbi or you saw him later?
My lady, what happened is I met with Lieutenant Colonel Mlumbi. After I've explained my request to him, then he immediately invited the warrant officer badges in our meeting. So he was introduced basically right from the starting.
From the start.
Yes.
Cha into eyenzeka lapha ke njengoba ngadibana ke naye umlumbi ngalidlala udaba lami wabe esembiza ke yena ke uphoyisa ke ubhejase naye wabe esebekwa nje sithombeni sisuka sihlangana mayelana lodaba.
Okay. And then following that, the involvement of the team from the SAPS, warrant badges and the team, what then happened?
After we exchanged documents, I wrote an official application to their office requesting their services.
Yes.
And my request was acknowledged. We set up an appointment so as I can go and show them the place where the exercise is expected to be done. And we had like a pre-visit for them to see so as they can know when they come for the exercise, they can bring the relevant resources for the exercise.
Okay.
Impela ke kwabanjalo ukuthi sifake ithimba lela lomnyama la lomnyango wamaphoyisa ngakwenza lokho ke ngibhala ke phansi bakhombisa ukumukela futhi ke kwaba khona nezinhlelo zokuthi ngizoba thatha ke ngibase ke lapha ke endaweni la kwakuzokwenziwa khona ke lo msebenzi babezoya ke ngaphambili ukuthi bese bebuya noma sebebuyela sebehlomile sebephethe zonke insiza zabo ababezoyisebenzisa lapha kule ndawo.
And then we agreed on a date. They agreed that the date that we agreed upon, I also communicated it with the museum, where I requested Mr. Glover to assist us with a person who can come and do the pointing out of the areas that needs to be visited,
The relevant points.
the relevant points, my lady.
Engxoxweni ke saba nazo kuvumelana nami ngabe sengenza inhlelo noqaba walapha ke esikhungweni samagugu ukuze ayizohlela umuntu ayizoba khona ozokwazi ukuthi ayokhomba ke izindawo ezithize kuzona ke ababezofuna ukuzibona mayelana loludaba.
Okay.
And those points, they were influenced by the documents that I received from Captain Kamanyan, where it was talking about the sketch plan and photos and all those things. There were no photos. So then that is when it drew our attention that whatever that they do, it should be in line with the previous reports or photos that was submitted during the initial inquest.
So khumbula ke ukuthi le ndawo noma lezi ababezozibona ayi ukuthi nje kwakuyindawo ezazosusela kubona kodwa zazisukela lapha ke kule yamniningwane enganginikezelwe uza kwethu uHamenyana emayelana nale yamniningwane esichazile ke indawo edwetshiwe esehlakala ithombe izazingekho kodwa ingakho konke ababezokwenza nabezokulandelela kwakuzohlobana amakhambisane nalezi zinto ke ezazichazwe ezibhaliwe.
Okay. You also did not have the sketch from the previous inquest.
Yes,
But-
my lady,
but
I
the
did
key-
not have the sketch, but it was just only the key. to
Only
plan.
the key.
Yes.
Okay.
Kunjalo ukuthi cha ngangingenaso noma ke umdwebe ke lobhala mase kodwa kokukhona incazelo ya lesikeshe singekho.
So do I understand that you then in 2023 arranged and went down to KwaDukuza in Stenga to visit the scene with the team from Pretoria?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo impela ukuthi lapha ngonyaka ka2023 ngabe ke sengehla ke nethimba leli lapha ke ePitoli siya lapha endaweni yakwaDukuza endaweni yesigameko.
And from what you've indicated, besides the issue of simulation, you needed them to sort of reconstruct in the absence of the photographs originally from the former inquest to reconstruct the scene.
That is correct. And also for them to take into cognizance the steam locomotive
Correct.
that was available, which they can link the description of that one and the one that was involved in the incident.
Kunjalo impela ukuthi phela njoba kusekuyiwa lapha ize kwakukhona izithombe noma ezinye izinto ezazingekho lapha kwakukhona ukuchibiyela kwakuzokwenziwa kuhlanganiswe kakhulukazi na ngaphambili ukuthi phela manje kwenziwe lo yamfaniswano wesense noma wesigameko qobo kodwa ngoba phela kokukhona nanencazelo noma ke lesi noma into eyiphatheka isigameni yangaphambili ukuthi kube khona okusha okwakuzokwenza ukwazi ukuchitshela kuhlanganiswe ke kunikwe isithombe ngendawo esigameko.
Okay. So just to be clear, at that stage, the matter was now in the hands of the SAPS component and no longer with Moodley of TMI Dynamics,
That
was
is correct.
off the picture.
That is correct, Emily. The request for simulation now was handed over to crime scene management at the
Yes.
national office.
Okay.
Kunjalo ukuthi lesikhathi sekuqhubeka ke noma sekuyiwa lapha udabala lingasekho ke lapha ke kulo chwepheshe wayezofakwa umudli kodwa kwase intambo seziphethwe ithimba laka crime management lapha emaphoyiseni.
Okay.
Transpired this. Initially, I contacted Transnet, Transwerk, Hoornet to inquire about this train.
Yes.
Most of those trains, they are either placed somewhere in a museum or they are donated for some other use. So unfortunately, my inquiries were met with negative results.
Yes.
Then I started looking for railway-related Rotary clubs. And that's when I came across the name of Mr. Lesla Buskachne.
Cha okwenzeka ke la ngaphambilini uthi ngizodibana nalomlisa ngaqala ke ngenza uphenyo lami lapha ke noma ukubheka ka Transnet, Sportnet, Transfer mala nokubheka la itimela ke noma amagozi la ngaphambilini kodwa kwawukuthi ke ngokujwayelekile ukuthi le itimela zakudala ezazisetshenziswa ezazikhona ukuthi ziyathatha ziyogcinwe endaweni egcina kuyona izinto ezingamagugu okanye kunikelwe ngazo ngezathu ezithize kodwa kulolo phenyo lami engalenzayo alizange libe impumelelo nokuyilapho kwaholela ekutheni ke bese ngithungatha lomlisa.
Okay. And was this person then introduced to the SAPS team which involved warrant officer badges?
That is correct, my lady. After my meeting with Mr. Labuskachne, and then I was satisfied with his background. And that's when I introduced him to the team of Colonel Mulumbi.
Kunjalo ukuthi ke sengidibene nalomlisa ngaculiseka engxoxweni zethu noma ekudibaneni kwami naye ingakho ngabe ke sengimethula ethimbeni leli ke lalamaphoyisa ke anomlumbi.
Okay. I understand you mentioned somewhere in your statement also that when you visited the Kwatuguza or in Crowdville, the Sin, and the museum, that is warrant officer badges, took photographs for their purposes.
That is correct.
Okay.
Kunjalo impela ukuthi lesikhathi ke sihambele lapha endaweni yakaDukuza endaweni yokugcina kwena amagugu uphoyisa ke ubadges wakhona ithomba azithwebula noma azithatha.
Okay. Now, warrant officer badges and Leslie Labuskachne will testify in this matter as the court would have heard. Yes. Maybe let's go on then to other parts of your statement, which you have read to the record. And those statements in paragraph number 5 of your statement, you indicated you received as part of the inquest from Warrant Officer Khamanyane, as he was then, now Captain Khamanyane. I've got a document or a file that I want to show you, which I showed to you before we started. My lady, it is part of the docket as volume B of the docket. I want you to just have a look at that. It starts from pages 447, where it begins with, that is a translation certificate, and it goes on and ends in page 506. Can you have a look at that? Just be careful not to touch those microphones there. I'm referring him to volume B from the pages that I have indicated, my lady.
Yes, I've got that.
As the court pleases.
Just for the record, BO is the translation of
some
B1.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct. There are some portions of what is contained in volume B, some statements which were in Afrikaans, and that translation certificate relates to translation into English, of those portions, and those translated portions are part of this Exhibit B, so been inserted.
Yes, now it's clear, Mr. Ngobe.
Yes.
Thank you.
For the record, the witness is looking at each of those pages.
Yes,
he
I'm
had a
sure.
chance-
I'm
he
sure
had a chance to look at it earlier,
Mr.
but,
Ndunya, do you have a spare copy of Annex Shapi to give to Ms. Kupega?
Ms. Kupega seemed happy sharing with
okay,
the
no,
copy
that's
with
fine.
the witness. Have you satisfied yourself looking at the contents?
Yes, my lady.
Are those the copies of the inquest, the original inquest that you received from Captain Khamanyane?
Yes, the documents that are here are copies, except now I can see edition is just the translation.
It's just the translation.
So ufakazi uyaqinisekisa ke la amakhophi kuyiwona ayiwanikwe uzakwabo uHamanyana ngaphambilini aqukethwe lapha ke kuleliya docket lokuqala yize ke manje sekukhona okungezeleliwe ke la sikhuluma ke ngala amaphepha noma kuloko okubhalwe phansi okuhumushiwe ke la akwakususelwe esibhunini kiswa esingisini ikona nje sekungeziwe ke la ufakazi asekubona.
Okay. And so you confirm that is the correct 1967 inquest that you received as part of your investigation?
Yes, my lord, I do confirm.
Ndiyaqinisekisa inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi impela kunjalo ukuthi yiyo lemniningwane ekade inikeziwe equkethe noma emayelana nela docket la ngo-1967 kulolu daba.
Okay. Before I go on to other documents that you received as part, my lady, would it be sufficient that I simply refer to this volume
Volume B.
mark it as an exhibit?
Yes,
As a complete
that will
exhibit.
take us to, we can mark it Exhibit D.
As Exhibit D, yes. The entirety of the volume, yes.
Of this,
Volume
these
B.
pages 447 to 506.
Correct, it is.
Thank you.
as the court pleases. Well, then let me just take you a bit further again. You also mentioned in your statement that you confirmed that you received, in addition, in that same paragraph 5, the last two documents there, you mentioned the statement of Dr. Albertina Nomathuli Luthuli, and you mentioned a photo album and statement of Bonginkosi Luthwazi.
That is correct, my lady.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi ngiphinde ngadalula la kungezelela esigabeni sesihlanu ukuthi ngamukela inkulumo ke ifungelwe noma istatement sa Dr. Albertina Luthuli noma Thuli Luthuli kanjalo ke futhi ke la nezithombe zihamba futhi ke nestatement salo ongibonga inkosi Luthwazi.
Okay. With regard to this photo album, may I beg leave to hand the copy to the witness to look at and confirm? My lady, it's unfortunate, and we...
Sorry, Mr. Ngobo, the statement, the photographs that you refer to, whose statement are they accompanying Luthwazi's statement?
Bonginkosi Luthwazi.
Okay.
Yes.
That is appearing on page 8
Yes, it's part of
paragraph 5.
paragraph 5. It is under the title Other Documents
Yes, yes,
Found
I've
in
got
the
it.
inquiry file. Yes. What I wanted to explain to your lordship, my lady, before the witness proceeds, is that we inadvertently did not include this photo album in the file that was handed to my lady, and I beg leave to hand it. I've got a copy of it. Once the witness has confirmed this was the document
thank you.
he was talking about, I'll beg leave to hand it. It will be marked separately
As
an
exhibit E.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you confirm first that indeed was the photo album that you received also?
Yes, my lady, I do confirm.
Qinisekisa kufakazi ke ukuthi le thombe ke eziphambi kwakhe abeyibheka izithombe lezi azemukela noma azithola ke.
To the court.
The photo album that accompanied the statement of Bonginkosi Luthwazi is accepted into the record and is marked Exhibit E.
As the court pleases.
And for the record, it contains 27 photographs. Is that correct?
Yes. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo yaqinisekisa ke la emveni kokuba sekumukelwe statement esihamba ke nezithombe salo yesihlanswe uNgibonkosi Luthwazi esiqukethe izithombe ezingama-27.
The other documents you mentioned, which I do not seek to hand at this stage, you mentioned the statement of Dr. Albertina Nomathuli Luthuli.
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo impela ukuthi esinye statement engichaze ngase ngasimukela noma engasithola ke ileso sa Dr. Albertina Nomathuli Luthuli.
I want to check with you if these other statements were received as part of the file. The statement, these were mentioned by Captain Hamanyane, a statement, an affidavit of Velemina May Luthuli, Fanyana Elliot Numalo, and Nozizwe Mhlongo Mabaso. Did you obtain those? Or you can't recall?
I can't recall.
You can't
I can't recall receiving them.
Angisakhumbuli ngokusho lofakazi ke ukuthi ngabe lezi ezinye istatement ke la sikhuluma ngestatement Velemina na May Luthuli ufanyana Elliot Xumalo noNozizwe Mhlongo Mabaso uthi cha akasakhumbuli ke lapho kulo ndawo ngabe wazithola na wazimukela lezo statement noma cha.
Okay. My lady, the witnesses that, or the statements that I'm talking about, the deponents there too will testify in this court in any event, so I wouldn't take it further with the witness.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Yes.
Vele labo fakazi ke uzobabiza akuyonto ke mhlawumbe angazi akhumbe ngayo noma kubusise ke ngayo kodwa ke labo fakazi bazozela bazofakaza bona.
I have no further questions.
Yes, just your colleagues, Mr. Ndunya, Ms. Chweni, Mr. Msimanga.
No question.
Yes, thank you. The witness may be excused.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
Maybe this is the opportune time to take a tea break
As the court
and
pleases.
resume at 11:30.
As the court pleases.
Court adjourns. Yes, Mr. Ngoba.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, there is one issue that we've identified during this short break, necessitating my request to ask for a recalling of Colonel Motley to just pose that one question,
Yes, thank you.
as the court pleases.
I think there wouldn't be a problem with that.
As the court pleases, may I call him back?
Yes, you'll have to take the oath again because he was already released from the oath. Ms. Nene.
Sir, do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection, my lady.
Can you please state your full names?
My name is Antwanis Mutla.
Sir, do you swear that the evidence I'm about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, it will be the truth.
If so, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do so help me God.
I do so help me God.
Sworn in, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Ngoba.
As the court pleases, my colleague, Advocate Dunya, will pose this question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tunya.
But my lady, before I could proceed with questions to the witness, I wish to apply to this honorable court for a provisional acceptance of a photo album that has been compiled by Warrant Officer Bessie Badges of Crime Scene Management. This photo album, my lady, relates to the reconstructed scene as well as the locomotive that is alleged to have been the subject of these proceedings.
Yes.
My lady, from the record that is before your ladyship, it is volume A. Particular pages are from page 200 to 215 of the paginated. My lady.
Yes, I've got that.
Yes, my lady.
I've got that.
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, the questioning will relate, or rather, my lady, may this photo album, which will be later handed into Warrant Officer Badges, be received provisionally and be marked Exhibit F.
Yes, the photo album compiled by Warrant Officer BC Badges of the Crime Scene Management Unit, and which appears on volume A from pages 200 to 215. 215 being the key two photographs, is provisionally accepted into the record as Exhibit E.
Exhibit F.
Exhibit F.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, the screen will be utilized to depict the relevant photographs
Thank you.
of Exhibit F.
Yes, Mr. Tunya.
Colonel Motley, at paragraph 7 of your statement,
I don't know whether it needs to be tilted a bit towards him, or is he satisfied to look at it at an angle?
I'm satisfied.
You're satisfied. Thank you.
as court pleases, my lady. Warrant Officer Motley, at paragraph 7 of your statement that you have testified to, you inter alia refer to a meeting that you had with Mr. Leslie Labaskachne, whom you subsequently requested assistance to locate a similar locomotive to the one that is allegedly to have brought about the death of Chief Luthuli.
That is correct, my lady.
Ngiyaqinisekisa kufakazi lokho abekudalile lapha ke esigabeni sakhe sesikhombisa lapho athi waba nomhlangano khona nomnumzane uLeslie nokulapha amcela khona ukuthi ke na akakazise noma veze ke la lesi sitimela imiguzu elifana naleli singalo noma lelambandakanye ke sigamekweni.
Am I further correct that your investigations revealed that Leslie Labaskachne is a custodian of a locomotive which is similar to the one that was allegedly a subject of these proceedings?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ukuthi umnumzane uLeslie uyena nikazi ke waleli guzu elifana noma malifana naleli elambandakanye isigamekweni.
Sir, can you have a look at Exhibit F, photograph 14? Is this the locomotive that you referred to during your evidence?
That is correct, my lady.
Impela ke kunjalo njoba ngibukele lesithombe esiveziwe lapha kwisifakaziso uF ukuthi hayi yilo leli guzu bengikhuluma ke ngalo lifana.
Are you able to tell court where this locomotive is parked?
The premises, it's in Pretoria. The area is called the Hermanstad. And in the premises, there are coaches and other trains. However, this one, it's parked almost on the separate end.
Can you have a further look at photograph 15?
Mayichaza ke la kupake khona ke la lelikuze silibhekile uthi lilapha ke ePitoli khona ke amagceke la kupake khona kodwa lona lithe ukuba kuthi ngoba khona nezitimela namanye amaguzu akhona lapho kodwa lithe kuba buqamo kulamagceke.
What is the
sorry.
working?
I think they are trying to get to photo 15.
As a please.
Yes, you may proceed.
As a please, my lady. Say, photo 15 depicts what one could refer to as a locomotive. Am I correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ke impela ukuthi masibheka ke la kulesithombo number 15 sisaveza lona iguzu lesitimela.
Can we also look at photo 16 of Exhibit F? Is this still the same locomotive that is depicted in photographs 14 and 15?
That is correct, my lady. It's the same.
Kuseyinto eyodwa ke noma kuseyilona liguzu ebesilibona ku14 no15 kulesithombo number 16.
Are you able to comment as to the working order of this locomotive? Was it still an operating locomotive or a locomotive that was kept for the value to depict the evolution of our locomotive system in the country?
My lady, what I observed is Mr. Labuskaghni is refurbishing them to their original standard. And he told me that at some time when they are done, he do take them back to the rails. So in that instance, he didn't try to operate it, but I could see that it was still complete.
Mayiphawula ukuthi makubheka ukuthi yena ngokubona kwakhe wabona ukuthi ngabe le kuzalase simeni sokusebenza isimeni esinjani uthi cha engakubona lapha lalibukali kahle lesimeni ngoba ngathi kwayena umnomzana lo lesilwayisa walungisa ke lungiselela ukuthi azokwazi ukwabuyisela ke futhi ke emzileni
My lady,
kuyinhlelo zakhe.
no further questions for the witness.
Thank you very much, Colonel. You may now be excused.
Thank you, my lady. I call Lieutenant Colonel Steyn. Lieutenant Colonel Johannes Steyn.
Yes, my registrar would swear him in.
Lieutenant, do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, my lady.
Can you please state your full names?
Thomas Johannes Adolf Steyn, my lady.
Sir, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
It will be the truth, my lady.
If so, can you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I do so help me God.
I do so help me God.
Sworn in, my lady.
Thank you.
Fakazi wethu kusesithathile isifungo wazichaza phambi kwenkantolo ukuthi uThomas Johannes wakaSteyn wafunga ke phambi kwenkantolo.
Is it
Mr.
correct?
Ngobe?
Is it correct to say that you are employed by the South African Police Services? You are stationed at the Directorate for Priority Crimes Investigations, known as DPCI, as a senior investigator under the TRC component or unit.
That is correct, my lady.
Ngiyaqinisekisa ufakazi ukuthi ke uqashwe ngaphansi kophiko lamaphoyisa la eMzansi ngaphansi kophiko oluphenya amacala akhethekile ngokwezinga lakhe emaphoyiseni ke usengumphenyi omkantshubovu.
And you are based in the KwaZulu-Natal region of the TRC unit under DPCI.
That is correct, my lady.
Ngokusebenza kuzinzela kwaZulu-Natal ngaphansi ke kwalo ke uphiko luphenya ke noma ke komiti leliphenya ke amaqiniso nokubuyisana phikweni olukhethekile.
As of present, how many years do you have in this unit of the TRC unit in the DPCI?
It's now close to 5 years, my lady.
Na kuleli themba ke noma uphiko sekulona lokubheka amaqiniso nokubuyisana iminyaka 5.
Okay. So you were part of the first establishment of the unit, the TRC unit in KZN in 2021.
That is correct, my lady.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi naye waba uqala ke kusesikhathi kusungula leli themba ngonyaka 2021 elalizophenya ke la eqiniso nokubuyisana.
And Colonel Motley, who testified before you, you know him.
I know him, my lady.
Yebo uyamazi ke nofakazi lo ngaphambilini kade thula ufakazi uKenneth Motley.
And I understand that you have done some work in respect of this matter as part of the team of investigators from KZN, is that correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi nayo beyingxenye yethimba ebeliphenya lolu daba la KwaZulu-Natal.
And how many years for InterSec do you have as a police officer, as an investigator in particular?
38 years, my lady.
La eminyaka senayo ophikweni njengomphenyi ingamashumi amathathu nesishiyagalombili 38.
Okay. And is it correct that you then, having participated in some investigations in this matter, compiled a statement of what you had done?
That is correct, my lady.
Yebo kuyiqiniso impela ukuthi njengoba nami ngibe ingxenye yabaphenyi balolu daba nami ke kwengakwenza noma iqhaza engalibamba ngahlanganisa ke statement noma inkulumo efungelwe phansi yaloko engakwenza kulolu daba.
I want to hand to you a copy of the purported statement. It is part of volume A, my lady,
Yes, thank you.
pages 10 to 11. So it's 2 pages. Is that your statement, sir?
That is correct, my lady.
Siqinisekise statement sakhe ukuthi isona.
And is it correct you compiled this yourself, signed before the commissioner of oath as well?
Yes, my lady.
Qinisekise ukusifungiselwa lesi statement ngaphambi kwamfungisi.
Before I ask you further questions, may I ask you to read what you incorporated in your statement, starting from paragraph 2.
On 18 January,
Sorry, do you want it to be an exhibit or you
Yes,
just want?
as the court pleases. Thank you for reminding me, my lady.
It will be exhibit G.
It would be G. Just
Thank
mark
you.
it. Proceed, sir.
on 18 January 2023, I was on duty. At 12:30, I was with Colonel Motley, busy performing investigation duties. He was the investigating officer of Durban Soki Inquiry 39/6/2021. The inquiry pertains to the death of Chief Albert Luthuli. We were busy tracing a witness in the said matter, one Pieter Francois van Wyk. His last known address was 222 9th Avenue, Stanford Hills, Durban. 3. I managed to trace the house, but only parts of the house were still standing. I met a security guard who was guarding the house, the next door house, and he informed me that no person stayed in the house for years. The person, Pieter van Wyk, was unknown to him. 4. On 17 October 2024 at 7:30, I went to the St. Andrews Hotel in St. Andrews Street, Durban. The building is in a bad condition. I did inquiries inside the building, but all the workers are not working there for a long period. Daniel Lessing Greiling is unknown to them. No register dating back to before the year 2000s are available. 5. I know and understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience. I swear that the contents of this statement are true, so help me God.
Yes.
Ufakazi bekade sifundela ke statement sakhe ke esimayelana noludaba ke uthi mechaza ke iqhaza lakhe libamba kuleli cala uthi kwakumhla ka-18 kuJanuwari kulonyaka unyaka ka 2023 lapho wayesebenza ke uthi ngekhathi gamanxa ihora la le12 ke emini bebade uthi wayenoza kwabo ke uKolonel Motley bematasa benza umsebenzi wabo kuphenya uthi ke la yena ke njengophenyi ke la olapha ke eThekwini eThimbeni eliphenya amacala abucaya ahleliwe la futhi ke ambandakanya ke loluphenyo noma lelicala elu 39 of 06 2021 uthi ke ngempela babe matasa ke bephenya ke mayelana nalecala lokukhothama kwenkosi uAlbert Luthuli uthi asimatasa ke la sithungatha ofakazi ke la balelicala kunofakazi ke noma lo owavela Peter Francis van Wyk owagcina ke ikheli lakhe noma ihlala lapha ke enumber 222 9th Avenue Stanford Hills khona eThekwini uthi ke ngakwazi ukuthi ngiyithole ke indlu kodwa engakufica lapha kwakusekhona izingxenye ezithize zesakhiwo sesingizasamile ngadibana nogado wayegada eduze nalendlu owasho ukuthi cha akho umuntu ke la sekuneminyaka angahlali umuntu washo futhi ukuthi yena lo mnumzane ke uPeter van Wyk akamazi ke inhlobo okwathi ke lapha ngomhla 17 kuOctober kunyaka 2022 ngekhathi okugamanxa kwehora lesikhombisa ekseni uthi wanikela lapha ke ehotela eli St Andrews elisemgwaqeni obizwa ngeSt Andrews khona lapha eThekwini wathola ke isakhiwe esasisesimene esasisibi ke la nokuthi ke wabe esenza ke uphenye ebuza ngaso lona isakhiwe ngaphakathi kodwa abasebenza babe lapha babesho cha akusikudala besebenza ke la kule ndawo nokuyilapho ke uDaniel Leslie Grayling babe ngamazi ke inhlobo ke bona futhi nemqulu ebhalwe phansi ke lapha beyingekho ke imqulu emdala noma eveze zonke izinto ezaziqhubeka phambili ngaphambi kukanyaka ka2000 okukona umqulu ke noma into ezibhalwe ikhona kanti ke ufakazi ubese eyibophezelela noma ke sekufungela ke konke lokho ukuthi ngempela kuloko asekuchazile uyayibophezelela ukuthi ke kuyiqiniso futhi uyakwazi ke wabe sefungiswa ke thatha isifungo ke sokuzibopha kuloko.
Okay. And those persons that you've mentioned, starting with Grayling, that was a person who was said to be a fireman in the original inquest.
That is correct, my lady.
Yebo kuliqiniso ukuthi lo umnumzana akhuluma ngayo umnumzana uGrayling lapha ke eqaleni noma la qala khona ke kubhekwa lolu daba yena wayechazwe njengo lo wespam noma ku fireman.
And the one whom you referred to as Francois van Wyk was referred to as the conductor in the original inquest.
That is correct, my lady.
Lo Peter van Wyk yena ubechazwe ndo lapha eqaleni njengo umsizi noma wayengumlekeleli ke lapha ke.
I understand also that that your team had attempted to, whilst Motley was still with you, to look for the person who was identified as a driver, Lati Khan, and couldn't be found.
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo impela ukuthi silithimba ke la kwakusekhona naye uMotle sazama ukuthungatha lo kuthiwa wayengumqhubi ke noma umshayeli wale stimela kodwa uLati Khan asikwazanga ke ukuphumela noma ukuthi simthole.
Okay. Your statement is dated October of 2024. You confirm that?
That is correct, my lady.
Yebo kunjalo nje bakuvele kwistatement sami lapho October kanyaka 2024.
And I understand that after that, you have done some investigation that you have not reduced to writing, including requesting certain documents from the National Archives. Tell the court about that.
That is correct, my lady. On the 21st of January 2025, I was at the DPP offices in Pietermaritzburg, and we discussed the possibility that there could be more documents from the Department of Justice at the National Archives in Pretoria. I phoned the lady responsible working with us, Zahira Adams Mwepe, and I asked her to see if she can find any documents from the Department of Justice relating to Chief Albert Luthuli.
Just wait. for the interpretation.
Uthi ke la impela ke kunjalo nje bebuza ukuthi ke ngale kwaloku asesichazele kona okubhalwe phansi kukhona okunye okuthize akwenza malana lecala okungashicileleke phansi uthi ke ngempela kunjalo lapha ngomhla 21 kuJanuary kunyaka lo ka2025 ngaya lapha emahhovisi ke abashushisi ke abakhulu phecelezi ka DPP khona la eMgungundlovu nokuyilapho ke esaxoxisana ke bengitshela ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi kukhona okuthize okusekungathola mhlawumbe okubekwe emqulwini egcina izinto zokusebenza noma zalapha ke enkantolo uthi ke basho ukuthi lapha ke komkhulu ke la noma ke ehhovisi likazwelonke elapha ke ePitoli ka eminyango wezobulungiswa uthi ngempela khona abasebenzisana ke axhumana ke nayo ke le ntokazi la uyaka uAdam Sqebe ukuthi kena akakambhekele lapha ke la kugcinwa khona zonke izinto noma ke imininingwane ephathelene nenkantolo kukhona okuthize ayingakuthola nakubhalwe phansi okumayilana nenkosi ke uLuthuli.
And the lady you're talking about is an official from the National Archives, and she works for the National Archives.
That is correct,
Pretoria.
my lady.
Kunjalo ukuthi lento kaza axhumana ke nayo ivele isebenza lapha ke ePitoli la kugcinwa khona makuma archives la kugcinwa khona zonke into esuye setshenziswa ke la enkantolo noma ke umnyango lo wezobilungiswa.
And was there any outcome with regard to that?
On the 10th of February 2025, Zahida Adams phoned me and she said that she did discover some documents from the Department of Justice.
Impela ke kuthe ngomhla ka10 kuFebruary kona lonyaka ka2025 lentokazi ke uZahida Adams yamthinta ke la yamtshela ukuthi kukhona okuthize ekutholile lapha ke ezintweni noma ke emqulwini wababe obekiwe lapha eNational Office ezimayelana nayo inkosi.
I requested her to put the files for me on a UBS stick, memory stick, and arrange that I will collect it from her.
Wamcela ke ukuthi ke yonke lo mniningwane uyacela amshicilele yona kwi memory stick uzohlela ukuthi ke azolanda ke.
At that stage, I knew that the advocates from the DPP in Pietermaritzburg were at the workshop in Pretoria at the NPA, and I requested Advocate Chwene to collect the memory stick on my behalf.
Uthi ngaleso sikhathi ke nganginalo ulwazi lokuthi la abashushisi ke bala eMgungundlovu babe kade behambela inkomfa yaka NPA iyayilapha ke ePitoli nokuyilapho ngabe sengenza khona izinhlelo nomunye ku-advocate uTshwele noma ngenasiqinisekiso ke mhlawumbe Ntshwene yebo Tshwene uthi wayenza inhlelo ukuthi ucela ukuthi amcoshele noma amthathele le memory stick njengohlela ekade nalo nentokazi.
On the 18th of February, I met with Advocate Chwene at Pongola Court, where we had the matter set down, and she handed me an envelope which contained the memory stick.
Ngempela ke kuthe ngomhla ka18 ku February kona lonyaka wahlangana naye ku-advocate Chwene lapha ePhongolo kokhona icala ababezodibana ke ngalo nokuyilapho abesemdlulisela khona ke envelope eyayikade iqukethe yona ke le memory stick.
We quickly went through the documents on the laptop, and I saw that there were about 600 pages of documents.
Ngempela ke sabe ke sesibheka ke konke ke lokho esasikuthunyeleliwe sibheka ke lapha ke kuyi laptop amakhasi nje ewonke ayilapha ke ko amakhasi ka 600 esawabhekayo ke la.
There were 4 parts of these documents, and each part had a brown cover on marked Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4.
Ngokwa wonke ke lamakhasi ayihlukaniswe ke kane khona ke isigaba sokuqala, sesibili, sesithathu, sesine ehlukaniswe ke ngazo lezi icover ke eyayi nsundu noma ke ibrown.
I scanned through the documents and saw that it was mostly documents, letters written by Chief Albert Luthuli to the Department of Justice and vice versa.
Ngathi ke mangibheka ke lama phepha ngabona ukuthi kwakuyincwadi lezi ezazibhalwa iyona inkosi uLuthuli izibhalela ke umnyango wezobulungiswa okusho ukuthi nomnyango wezobulungiswa uphinde umbhalela kumphendula izo lezo ncwadi ke lezi engazibonayo.
As example, there was a letter from Chief Albert Luthuli where he asked for relaxation of the restraints that was placed upon him and his movement, his freedom of movement, which he wrote to the Department of Justice.
Lapho nje isibonelo mangake ngicaphune kwenye incwadi engaqaphelana noma engakubona ilapho inkosi uLuthuli kade ibhale khona ibhalela umnyango wezobulungiswa ngokucela noma incenxa ukuqeqiswa ke la kwengcindezi engaphansi kwayo kungakwazi ukukhuleka ekutheni ke ahambe ke noma ukukhuleka kwezinye izinto esinye noma enye into engayiqaphela ke la ayikade ke eyicela.
There was also a letter from application from the Chief Albert Luthuli to the magistrate asking permission to visit a doctor in Stanger.
Kukhona futhi enye incwadi eyifakwe njengesicelo iyona inkosi ibhalela ke uMantshi lapha ke eStenga ecela imvume yokwazi ukuthi ahambele udokotela eStenga.
Same for an application to visit a doctor in Durban area.
Kanjalo ke futhi khona enye incwadi enayinesicelo senkosi eyayicela ukunikwa igunya noma imvumo yokubona udokotela eThekwini.
Most of these documents were addressed to a magistrate in Stanger, Magistrate Boswell.
Kwaku iningi lalezi zincwadi zazibhekiswe noma sisuka ke lapha ke kuMantshi ecela ke kuMantshi Stenga also.
There were lots of newspaper clippings in this files, photographs of a train and newspaper clippings pertaining to the incident, the planned holding of an inquest, the results of the inquest, the outcome of the inquest, and various other newspaper clippings.
Kulemqulu futhi kwakukhona amaphephandaba emaningi ke ayifakiwe laphana daba ke la noma ke iphephandaba la kuveza udaba le stimela nenhlelo nje nangesigameko nje kokuningi izinto ezazikhona ngokwala amaphephandaba ayekhona eshicileliwe ke la.
It was, the newspaper clippings came from various newspapers, daily newspapers, English newspapers, Afrikaans newspapers, and there are numerous newspaper clippings.
Cha, lama phephandaba ayimaningi impela futhi eqhamuka kuma phephandaba kahlukene ke Daily Sign, elesingisi, elesibhono nje kwakwama phephandaba amaningi ahlukahlukene.
May I ask, I want to show you, because these files are contained in 2 volumes, Volume D and Volume E. If you may have a look, let's start with Volume D. Do you recognize what is contained.
Yes, my lady, it is the same files that was on the memory stick. The first one is also marked part 1. And, and the second one is marked part 2.
Yebo, uma ngibheka lo mqulu engikhonjiswayo uma ngibuza ukuthi ngabe
Just
ngiyawubona
keep
na.
your finger there on part 2. Now, we are looking, my lady, we are looking at volume D of, is it? Yeah, it's volume D. Just look at the beginning. What is the paginated page number that is allocated in the face of it? There, just look at the bottom.
Volume 1,
Page number?
2 to 259.
Yes, so the first one, part 1, goes from page 2 to 25
9.
to 259.
259, my lady.
259. And then part 2, which is a second file, justice file.
I see volume 2, it's page 634 to 711.
Okay, just look at where you've put the finger if the number corresponds.
I can't see it here. I don't know what you mean with if the number corresponds.
Can I use my glasses? Okay. So part 2 starts in page 260.
That's correct, my lady.
Ufakazi ke uqinisekisa ke la lo mqulu okhonjiswe phambi kwakhe ukuthi uyawubona uyawazi yiwo phela lo okwakuqukethwe lapha kule ya memory stick ayicelile yaphathiswa njengoba bechazile vele ufakazi ukuthi ngokwalomqulu yezinsizashicilelo la zazihlukaniswe ngekwegaba kwakhona isigaba sokuqala sesibili ngokwalamakhasi ke njengoba esewachaza ngokwezinombolo zabo.
And as I see, it goes to 492. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lady.
You can put your glasses.
No, I can see without my
Page
glasses.
2,
Oh, you can see.
page 292.
It starts from 260 to 492. That is part 2.
Yes.
So exhibit D or volume D of this file, volume D, consists of 2 parts of 2 files from justice. Am I correct?
That is correct, my lady.
The first file is part A, and the second file is part, we would refer to it as part B.
That is correct, my lady.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi la ngokwalemqulu emibili kwakhona amafayela ayibhekiswe ke kumnyango wezobulungiswa ke emabili ahlukanisiwe khona isigaba sokuqala A nesigaba usigaba B.
And on the face of these parts of these files, on the face in the
Sorry,
brown.
Mr. Ngcobo,
Yes.
why are we now switching to designation by letters of the alphabet A and B? Because earlier on he said there are 4 parts: part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4.
Oh, yes, actually we should maintain that.
Yes, I think so.
As the court pleases, part 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So
What I will be seeking eventually is that the entire volume of the justice files, the DOJ files, which are contained in volume D and E, be marked as an exhibit with parts 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
So exhibit Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Then
Am I making
the parts,
sense? Yes.
The parts we refer to them as 1, 2, 3. We use
Yes,
the
1, 2,
numericals.
3. Yes.
But because we've got so many exhibit A, B, C, D, and we've
Correct.
got file volume A, B, C, I think we must stick to part 1, 2,
Part 1,
3,
2,
and 4.
3, as the court pleases.
Thank you.
Yes. So it will be an exhibit following G, an exhibit H, part
Yes.
1, part 2, part 3, part 4.
So we'll call that exhibit H.
So you confirm these are the files you received?
That is correct, my lady.
Qinisekisa kumqulu ngokuhlukana ke kwawo ukuthi ke yiwo lo.
And you may, for completeness, just look at this one contained in volume E.
My lady, these ones are also marked part 1 and part 2.
So for sequence purposes, those contained in volume E, we will mark as part 3 and part 4 respectively for purposes of exhibit marking.
That is correct, my lady.
Siyaqonda ke indlela ezohlukaniswa ngakhona yonke ke lemqulu njengoba bekuchaziwe ke ukuthi izohlukaniswa lo lapha kuzoba kuzoqhubeka kube esinye sesigaba ke ngokuhlukana njengoba so no 1 no 2 no 3 no 4.
You also confirm that those were part of what you had received.
That is correct, my lady.
Kunjalo ukuthi ingxenye yezinto azibukelayo lezi.
And you then, I understand you left to the prosecution team to analyze the contents.
To peruse and scrutinize it, my lady, that's correct.
Yes.
Yebo,
And to print.
kunjalo ukuthi ngayekelela ke ethimbeni labashoshe sibe yibona ababezohlanganisa ke bahlele ke ngendlela yokuzibeka nokuthi futhi zikhishwe ke lapha noma ziprintwe.
As the court pleases. No further questions
Thank
for
you.
this witness. That is Exhibit H, which contains parts 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Thank you, Mr. I don't know whether your colleagues have got any questions or input. Ms. Chene?
No further questions for me, my lady.
No questions, my lady.
Mr. Dunya?
As God pleases, my lady, can the court bear with me? Just there is one aspect that I wish to converse with the witness. I'm trying to get to the relevant page of volume D, part 2. My lady, may the court. My lady, the issue is more about the computer literacy. Now,
We
there is-
can take a short adjournment
As
so
the
that
court
you
pleases.
satisfy yourself.
Yes, as the court pleases, my lady, I will be indebted to the court.
How many minutes do you require?
My lady, 10 minutes.
Okay, let's take a short adjournment. The witness may remain on the stand.
As the court pleases.
Is that warrant officer?
Colonel
Colonel. Lieutenant
Yes.
Colonel Stein, you may sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My lady.
We'll take a 10-minute adjournment. perform my oath?
Yes, my lady.
As the court please, my lady, I'm indebted to the court. My lady, I wish to take the witness through Exhibit D, page 786 of the paginated 786,
Exhibit H.
Exhibit H.
Yes. 7-8.
786,
Thank
my
you.
lady. Lieutenant Colonel, have you had sight of the communique that is contained on page 786 of Exhibit H?
Yes, my lady.
Do you agree with me that this communique dated the 27th of September 1967 was addressed to the Secretary for Justice by the Magistrate of Stanger, Mr. Bose? Well, say I Boswell. Do you agree with me?
I agree, my lady.
And do you further agree with me that this communique reads as follows? I have to advise you that an inquest in connection with the death of the above named was held by me on 19 September 1967. And the name that is written or that is referred to is that of Albert John Luthuli, your file being 17/4/1. Am I correct?
That is correct, my lady.
Ngiyaqinisekisa kufaka la kulomqulu wezinye izinto ezatholakala lapha umayelana nefile livezwa ke ukuba libhalwe egameni lika Albert John Luthuli, file number ke u 1733/41, nanokuqinisekisa ke la ukuthi ke na uyaqinisekisa ke ukuthi ululekile noma watshelwa ngalolu daba ke la lokuphenywa lokukhothama noma lokushona ke kwalokuchaziwe uthi uyena umuntu oyephethe udaba ke lapha ngomhla ka 19 September kunyaka ka 1967.
Say, do you confirm and or agree with me that at the second page of this communique, as it appears on page 787 of the paginated documents, my lady,
Yes.
that it is recorded, the last paragraph records that the possibility of Luthuli having contemplated suicide was considered, but his actions were definitely not consistent with an intention to kill himself.
That is correct, my lady.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke lana ukuthi kona uma ubheka ngendlela noma ekushicilelwe ngayo la kwakuvela nje umuntu waye sibulala yena, kodwa futhi uma ubheka izenzo zakhe akukona lezi ezivele nje ukuthi umuntu wayehlose ukuyivulala.
And Lieutenant Colonel, just a paragraph above the one that I've referred you to, it is suggested in this paragraph that the family, after having accepted the evidence the medical evidence. After the family has accepted the medical evidence that was adduced, they then accepted the version that Luthuli was run over by the train accidentally. Can you see that?
Yes, my lady.
Yebo kunjalo nami ngiyakubona ukuthi emveni kokuba ke umndeni umukele le ncazelo yokuthi ke na lo noma inkosi iyayikade ke ilimale noma ishona emveni kokuba ke igaywe istimela ke na babe sebemukela ngaleyo ndlela ke emveni kokumukela ubufakazi badokotela.
So is this version consistent with the representations that were submitted to the Office of the National Director of Public Prosecutions to have the inquest reopened?
That is correct, my lady, it is.
Yebo kunjalo ke hambisana ke lokhu ke okuveziwe ke nalo ke kwenza isizathu sokuthi phela manje ke kubuyelwe kuye kophikweni lokushushisa ukuthi bacela ukuthi lolu daba liphinde liqale phansi ke la luphenywe noma ke libheke kabusha.
Can you listen to my question, please? My question is, the family submitted representations to the National Director of Public Prosecutions, saying to her, they are dissatisfied. They are not satisfied with the outcome of the inquest. But the magistrate who presided over the inquest reported contrary to what the family is saying.
Sorry, Mr. Tunya. I was listening even to your the first time you put the question.
Yes.
Would it be within the knowledge of this witness?
My lady, yes, it would, in the sense that DPCI commenced with the investigations based
On the representations by the family?
exactly, my lady,
I
which were
think maybe
requested.
you can rephrase the question. I'm still trying to think how this witness would be in a position to answer it
Okay.
the way you want him to answer it. It can either be a matter for you to argue the inconsistency between the representation made by the family and the content of this
Comment.
letter. Suffice to say that this witness can merely confirm that what is written here is what he received.
As a God blesses me. As a God blesses my lady, I'm indebted to your ladyship. Lieutenant Colonel, let us then move, accepting that this document is part of Exhibit H that you have testified to.
That is correct, my lady.
Furthermore, let us move to page 795 of the paginated pages. This being the letter dated 11th September 1967, written to the Secretary of Justice, by the Stanger magistrate, Mr. C.I. Boswell. And this letter relates to a secret circular number 2 of 4th of August 1967. Are we in agreement?
That is correct. We are, my lady.
And furthermore, that the communique relates to the death of Albert John Luthuli.
That is correct, my lady.
Ufakazi uqinisekisa ke le ncwadi okuyona evela kulesi sigaba ke ebhalwa ke kumantshi walapha ke eSteng mhla 11 September ku1967 futhi ke futhi iyayivele ikhuluma ngayo ke inkosi uLuthuli le ncwadi.
And this communique is part of the documents that were handed over by the National Archives.
That is correct, my lady.
Yebo ilinye lemqulu lathwa lapha lagcina khona ke izinto ezigciniwe ma-archives.
And for purposes of these proceedings, this document is part of Exhibit H.
That is correct, my lady.
Yebo kulolu daba ziyingxenye sifaka su-H.
My lady, I'm not going to overburden the record by reading this communication.
But I'm
This
sure you can read
communication-
it.
My lady?
You can read it. There are people who are interested in knowing the contents.
Yes, please, my lady. This document, I need to state that it has been referred to in my opening statement.
Yes, that's why I say it is of interest that you read it.
This communique reads as follows. In pursuance of your secret circular number 2 of 4th August 1967, I have to report that the inquest proceedings in connection with the death of the above named will be held at Stanger by me on the 19th September 1967 at 10 a.m. From the reports available at present, I do not expect the finding to be one other than accidental death. I gather, however, that the cause of death, as furnished by the district sergeant, might be questioned by the relatives, but I cannot anticipate on what grounds the dispute is based.
Besifundela ke ile ncwadi yayibhalwe ke umantshi ke ebikela ke noma ke umkhulu ngodaba lokuthi uma kuqhutshwa ngokwalesi sigaba ke noma ke sifihla ke osu number 2 ekuthenini ke lapho mhla 4 August 1967 uthi ke la fanele ke abike noma ke akubikayo ngodaba ke lapho ukuthi leli likamufi ke lo uLuthuli uthi ke uzobamba ke lana ke inguyaza noma ke ekutheni kacubungule ke nalo daba lapha ke inkantolo yaseStengo mhla 19 September 1967 ngo10 ekseni uthi ke emveni kwembiko abeyitholile noma yayikhona akalindele ukuthi kube khona okunye ke azokuthola ngale kokuthi ke la kwaba ingozi ngoba uthi ke noma umndeni ke wona ke ukhombisa kungabaza noma kuba nembuzo ke ngalokho kodwa manje azikho izinto ezisekela imibuzo ke yayo nje ngale kokuthi ke kumukele noma kasho lokho udokotela abevele ke sekuchazile wesifundo kuyena wahlola isidumbu sikamufi.
My lady, no further questions for the witness.
Can you comment? Can you comment, Lieutenant? The letter is dated the 11th of September 1967, and it's prior to the inquest being held. Do you have any comment?
Yes, my lady. The letter was written on the 11th of September 1967, prior to the inquest that will be held on the 19th of September 1967.
And the second paragraph, what do you make of it?
That the magistrate had already given indication about what these findings will be on the 19th of September, but they already made that findings on the 11th of September.
Thank you.
Yes, the court pleases me.
Yebo uyayibona incwadi le incwadi ke iyabhala ngaphambilini kwangalelanga kwakuzohlala ngalo uthangame ke lolu daba futhi uma ubheka ke lapho uyambona indlela echaze ngayo manje ukuthi ubhala nje vele isinqumo wayesesikhiphile lingakafiki usuku lokukhishwa kwesinqumo.
Thank you. Do any of the team of prosecution?
I did just comment. He may comment one issue, and you confirm also, arising from that letter, that we have been unable, as the prosecution team and the investigation team, to locate this so-called secret circular that had to do with the inquest, which was to be held in this matter.
That is correct, my
Yebo
lady.
uyaqinisekisa ufakazi ukuthi uma sibheka kuloko bhalela phansi le secular noma lo mthetho akhuluma ke ngawo athe umthetho ke noma isecular eyimfihlo eyu number 2 uthi ke abakwazanga ukuthi bayithole mabeyiphenya bona njengethimba ithimba lamaphoyisa abaseshi nabo bengabashushisi.
And therefore it remains, we don't want to speculate whether the magistrate had specific instructions on how to deal with it or not, but at least we know there was a secret circular pertaining to it.
That is correct, my lady.
Nothing further.
Manje lokushiya singafuni ukucabangela ke ukuthi kukhona umthetho thizena ayisewutshela ukuthi awusenzisa manje kodwa uma usubheka ke naku lo mthetho akhulumeke ngawo.
My lady, I have no further questions.
Mr. Msimang?
No question, my lady.
Thank you. You are excused, Lieutenant Colonel.
Thank you, my lady.
It's almost lunchtime. Mr. Noble?
Yes, my lady, we have lined up, albeit on short notice, one of the witnesses to testify, and the witness is present. So when we return from lunch, presumably, as we have the benefit of a couple of minutes at 2 o'clock, we can start with that witness.
The witness is ready to testify.
The witness is ready to testify today.
Yes, we can resume at 2:15.
2:15.
Yeah.
Oh, as the court pleases.
And I take it that you have finished the 3 witnesses that you had indicated for yesterday.
Yes,
So
on
the-
my part.
On your part.
Yes, that witness will be led by one of my
Okay, and how many witnesses do you anticipate? One
For today,
today.
I think this one will take us for the rest of
for
the
the
day.
rest of the afternoon.
It might well happen to finish by tomorrow, but yes.
Thank you. Now we adjourn for lunch. We'll resume at 2:15.
As the court pleases.
Thank you. Court adjourns.
usinene lapho usibuku uyabona lapho
ask you to kindly read your statement into the record. However, can you do it paragraph by paragraph, just so that we can give the interpreter an opportunity to interpret your statement?
Ma'am, siyacela ke uyacelwa inkantolo ukuthi kucela ukuthi istatement lesakho usifundele sona uzosifundela isigaba nesigaba ke ngokuhlukana ke ukwazi ke igaba lezi ezikhona.
Are you comfortable in reading it in English?
Ukhululekile ukuthi ungasifunda ngolimi lwesilungu?
Yep.
Yes. Yes, my lady, I can read it.
You may sit down if you want.
Ungahlala futhi phansi ma'am.
Ms. Kupeka, can you adjust the apparatus before her?
I said I mustn't touch it. I don't know if maybe they can assist because I was told not to touch anything. My lady, we just changing the chairs.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Are you comfortable now, Ms. Luthuli?
Mama Luthuli manje.
Ngiyabonga Nkosi enkantolo. Sengihleli kahle.
Thank you, my lady. I'm now seated well.
Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka ke usifundele ke ma'am.
I, the undersigned,
Right, bambonile, right.
Velemina May Luthuli, do hereby make an oath and state that I am an adult female with identity number 470511 0599 081, residing in Groudville, Stanger, age 77.
My
Yes.
lady, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm signaled by the stenographer that we need to adjust the mic just so that it can be recorded. I apologize for the interruption.
Just gonna ask them to come and adjust. I was warned not to touch. I think I must just keep that from us. This one.
Thank you, my lady. Apologies for the interruption. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Ungaqhubeka, ma'am.
Unless the context indicates otherwise, the facts contained in this affidavit are within my personal knowledge and are, to the best of my belief, both true and correct. Purpose of this affidavit. The purpose of this affidavit is to set out important facts and events that I believe were intentionally, deliberately withheld from the first inquest into the death of Chief Albert Luthuli, hereinafter referred to as Luthuli. It is my belief that the conduct by the erstwhile South African Police, hereinafter referred to as the SAP, and the government of the day was aimed at concealing various serious crimes and human rights violations committed against Luthuli during the period of July 1967. 4, I wish for these facts to be presented at the reopening of the inquest for the purpose of establishing the truth as to what happened to the late Luthuli.
Njengamanje ke silalele ke incwadi efungelwe sibhalelwe noma eyanziwa ke umama uVelemina May Luthuli lapho ke ethatha khona ke isifungo sokuyibophezelela ngobunjalo nokuba iqiniso kwencazelo yakhe njengoba eyichaza njengowesifazane osekhulile inombolo yakhe kamazisi uyichazile 47051105998081 ohlala lapha endaweni yaseCrossville eStenga iminyaka yakhe engamashumi ayisikhombisa nesikhombisa uthi ke la kuloko okuqukethwe ke konke ke lokho okuqukethwe nakuchaza kuwo amaphuzu enkulumeni yakhe efungileyo into ayaziyo nakho la kuyona futhi uthi kuyiqiniso kunjoba ke echazile uthi futhi inhloso yokuthi anikezelele ngale nkulumo ke efungelwe ukuthi ke kukhona amaphuzu amqokwa akholelwa ukuthi ayegodlwe noma efihlwe ngenhloso ke la ekutheni ke kungavezwa lokho lesikhathi kusalalelwe udaba lenkosi leyakhothama uAlbert Luthuli ambiza ngoLuthuli la kulolu daba uthi ke phela lokhu ngiyakholelwa kona ukuthi isenzo salamaphoyisa angaphambilini ayibizwa ngama SAP nano uhulumeni wangaleso sikhathi impela ikhona ke inhloso ke la yokugwema noma yokufihla ezinye izinto ezahlukahlukene amacala abucayi ke lapha nokuhlukumeza nje amalungelo noma kamalungelo ke la ayihlukunyezwa amalungelo kababa uLuthuli ngalesa sikhathi lapha ke ngo July ka1967 uthi ke la afisa ukuveza nokuchaza lana ke njoba ke kuvulwa lolu daba ke lalelwa kabusho udaba la baba uLuthuli ukuthi kutholakala ukuthi ngempela kuyikona kwenzakalani lapha ke kuba uLuthuli ongasekho.
Qhubeke. My birth, schooling and tertiary education. 5. I was born in Ladysmith in 1947. Both my parents were teachers, and as a result, we moved often. We eventually settled in Springs. I have 3 siblings. I completed my secondary education at Inanda Seminary Girls Boarding School, which was a boarding school. I matriculated at the University of Zululand, where I pursued a degree in social science. I did not complete my degree. 6. Whilst at university, I met and married my husband, Sbusiso Edgar Cyril Luthuli, the youngest son of Chief Luthuli. After we met, he married me in 1967. We welcomed our son, our first child, and the eldest grandson of Luthuli, Mthunzi Luthuli. We resided with Luthuli and my mother-in-law, Nokukhanya Luthuli, at the same address where the museum has been built in his honor, number 333, Nokukhanya Road, Groundville. Within 3 months of us living together with my in-laws, my father-in-law, Luthuli was dead. Mthunzi Luthuli, born on May 8, 1967, was 3 months old.
uthi mayiqhubeka ke ichaza ke ngempilo yakhe ukuzala kwakhe ukufunda kwakhe nemfundo ephakeme uthi mina ngintokazi eyazalelwa lapha endaweni yaseMnambithi ngonyaka ka1947 abazali bami bobabili ke babe othisha ngembangela lokho ke sasihamba sihlala sixaxama kwaze kwagcina ke sesihleli ngokuzinzile lapha ke eSprings nginengane zakwethu ke lapha ezintathu ngaphothula izifundo zami esikoleni esiphakeme lapha ke okuyinanda Seminary Girls School esasikuyi boarding school kanti ke umatikuletsheni wami ngawuphothula lapha ke eUniversity yalapha eZululand nokuyilapho ngaqhubeka khona nezifundo noma ne-degree kwi-social science kodwa angiyiphothulanga lesikhathi ngilapha ke eUniversity ngadibana ke lapha na ke nomyeni wami ke owangishada noma esashadana naye uSibusiso Edgar Luthuli okuyindodana encane kaBaba uLuthuli emveni kokudibana ke kwethu ke wabe seyangishada ke ngonyaka ka1967 sabe sesemukela umntwana wethu oqala okwakumzulu oqala ke kaBaba uLuthuli okuwumthunzi Luthuli sahlala ke sonke lapha ke ekhaya la kaLuthuli nobabezala wami nomamezala okunokukhanya Luthuli sihlala ekhaya elilodwa lapho ke manje ke noma ke kwikhela lapha noma la kwakhiwa khona indawo yokugcinwa ke kwamagugu kumhlonipha ke lapha kuleli kheli elinginombolo 333 nokukhanya igama lomgwaqo eCrowdville izinyanga nje ezintathu ke sihlala ke sonke ngihlala nabasemzini umamezala ubabezala ilapho ubabezala abeke eseshona ngalesikhathi lesike umthunzi yena ke nje wayenezinyanga nje ezintathu ngoba wayezalwe ngomhla ka8 kuMay kunyaka ka1967
Meeting Luthuli. 7. Before I married my husband, Sibusiso, he had arranged for me to meet with my aunt, whom I had never met. She had resided in the same area as the Luthuli family. I met her at the Luthuli house when she came to fetch me. It was at the Luthuli house that I met the chief for the first time. Even though he was a much older man, he could converse with a person much younger than himself. He could come down to my age and have an intellectual conversation. I had never known about Luthuli. At boarding school, we were sheltered. I had never heard of him prior to that, and neither did Sibusiso tell me about him. I did not know how important and influential he was. It was my aunt that told me all that he was. He was a gentle old soul with strong convictions. He was industrious and hardworking, a deeply religious man. He was a deacon at the church. In the Luthuli home which we shared, we never went to bed without gathering every evening. We would read verses from the Bible, discuss the verses, sing from the hymn book, relate activities of the day, and pray together before going to bed.
Ngaphambi kokuba ke ngishade ke noma sishade nomyeni wami uSibusiso wangihlelela ke lapho ukuthi ke ngizohlangana no anti wakhe engangakaze ngimbone owayekade ehlala ke endaweni eyodwa nala kulomndeni waka Luthuli ngempela ke ngabe ke sengidibana ke naye ke lapha ke kaLuthuli emveni kokuba sengilandile lapha ke ngangilapha ke kaLuthuli isikhathi ke sengizodibana ukuqala ke nenkosi ndiza imdala ke la ubaba wayesekhulile kodwa wayekwazi ukuthi axoxe ke nami nomuntu wayemncane ke kunaye umuntu okwazi ukuthi azehlise nobuhlakane kwazi ukuthi ke kube sibe nengxoxo kona ngangazi lutho ke ngayo ubaba uLuthuli nanga lapha lesikhathi ngilapha eboarding schools bese abantwana abahleli nje sivalele kwakungekho lutho engangeke ngakuzwa ngaphambilini ke ngaye nanayo uSibusiso wayengazi angitshele lutho ke la mina ngangazi ukuthi ubaba uLuthuli kwakuumuntu obaluleke kangaka futhi umuntu ke lana ke onamandla ke kwazi ukuthi axoxisane nabanye abantu kwaku anti wami nje owabeke sengitshela ke ngaye ubaba uLuthuli ukuthi kahle kahle ubani. Yena ke bewumuntu obezilungeleke kakhulu futhi ke umuntu ke enamandla uyasebenza ngokuziganda nangokuzinikela umuntu okholelwayo kwinkolo noma esontweni futhi esontweni umdikoni. Leli khaya ke esasihlala ke kulona sasingeke nje sesiyolala singazange sihlangane ndawonye ke kufunda iBhayibheli siyacula usuku nosuku ke sixoxe ngosuku ukuthi lisiphathe kanjani bese siyakhuleka ngaphambi kokuthi kuyolala.
Mr. Chairman, can you please remind the witness to read word for word and not add?
Yes, I was actually just about to ask her. Ma'am, may I just request that you read word for word? Do not add anything. There'll be a time when you'll be led per paragraph and then you'll be able to explain. So for now, just read the statement as it is, word for word. Do not add anything, okay?
Ma'am, uyacelwa ke njengamanje njengoba ufunda istatement sakho ukuthi usifunde njengoba sibhalwe njengoba sinjalo ungangezeleli mawubona khona okunye okushiyeke lapha sikhona leso sikhathi uma sesifike mhlawumbe khona ozokungezelela lapha nalapha kodwa kwamanje asisifunde njengoba sinjalo. Uyakuzwa lo?
Yes.
I do understand that, my lady.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka ke ma'am.
Health. 9. In terms of his health, he was in good health. I am aware that the newspapers at the time portrayed falsely to the world that he was in poor health at the time of his death. As a person who lived with him, I knew that these were lies. One can hardly expect a person in poor health, with poor eyesight and deaf, navigating his way through kilometers of vegetation, catch a bus and go about his business. He was a man who had a set routine of rising early, visiting his shop, the workers on the field, and then returning home on a daily basis. My mother-in-law, Nobukanya, was also a good woman. She was also good to me. If Luthuli had experienced any sickness or ailment, she would never have allowed him to walk or go anywhere unassisted. 10. When we lived together in one household, the rooms of my husband and I, and Luthuli and my mother-in-law, were opposite each other. The doors would be closed when we went to bed. The rooms were separated by a passage. Mtunzi, my son, who was a baby, would be crying, and he would wake my mother-in-law up and inform her that the baby was crying. 11. In the evenings, he would read the Bible by candlelight. We had no electricity in those days. Even though he had had an operation on one eye, he could see. He read verses from the Bible where we would all have turns. I lived with him. He had no problems with either his hearing or his sight. Often he would rise at 3 a.m. to get up and write. In the mornings, while sweeping the house, I would find his sweet wrappers. He loved toffolax, a sweet made of toffee.
Mayiqhubeka ke la ufakazi sasifundela mayelana nempilo yakhe ke umufu umchazo umuntu obesesimeni impilo yakhe beyikahle nje phila uthi yebo ngiqaphelile ukuthi amaphephandaba ngalesa sikhathi ayebhala okungalona iqiniso amanga emchaza nje umuntu wayesentekenteke ngokwezempilo lesikhathi ke seshona futhi nje umuntu wayehlala naye ngangazi kamhlophe ukuthi lento ebhaliwe noma eshiwoyo iyamanga. Mangabe ke usubheka mangabe ukuthi ngempela ke wayegula ngalendlela babechaza isimo sakhe sempilo sasingasihle engaboni kahle emahlweni engezwa ubezokwazi kanjani ukuyithola noma akwazi ukuhamba leli banga ayilihamba elingaka ehamba la endaweni ke okutshaleke kuyona izithelo ayibhasini aqhubeka yokwenza umsebenzi wakhe ubekuwumlisa ke la obekade nesikhathi sakhe sokuqinisekisa ukuvuka early uzohamba esitolo ayekubasebenzi bakhe lapha emasimini bese buyele ekhaya njalo umamezala wami unokhanya ube umama olunge kakhulu noma nakumina futhi wayengeveke ngiphethe kahle kaoba futhi uma ngabe ukuthi kwakukhona izinqinamba ayibhekana nazo kubaba njengokugula ubengeka mvumela ukuthi angayihambela njengoba ihamba nakuphi ngale ukuhlalekeleyo sihlaleleke ndawonye lapha ekhaya nelodwa kaoba igumbi lethu lami nomyeni wami bese kubayile kababezala noma mezala bebhekene lamagumbi kuukuthi nje iminyango isondelene sivala iminyango mangabe sekuyolala futhi kahle kahle lamagumbi ethu abehlukaniswe nje umhubhe phecelezi noma ke ipassage laphana indodana wami lo umthunzi ngoba phela wayesamncane ngalesa sikhathi uthothi uyakhala ubabezala uzovusa umamezala amtshela ukuthi ingane iyakhala ntambama ke laphana ubabezala wami njalo ke uzosebenzisa ikhandlela ukuthi afunde iBhayibheli ngoba ngalezi ayikhathi sasingenawo gesi yize ke yena wayenayo operation kwelilodwa ihlo kodwa wayebona ngoba phela uyakwazi ukufunda kamavesi eBhayibheli ngoba ke sonke ke sashintshana ke ngokufunda ngihlalile ke nayo ubabezala ngaleke kweinkinga zohlambe umuntu osenenkinga yokuzwa unenkinga yokubona ngoba ekseni bevuka njalo ngo3 nje ekseni usevukile ke laphana ke kuzothi ekseni mangivukile phela njengomakoti nami ngiyashana shanela ngizocosha ke amaphepha lana agoqiwe amaphepha lapho la asuke egoqa ithofolax ngoba phela ubabezala lami wayefela ngalo sweet lo othu ithofolax ke la owakhiwe ke la ngekho futhi ke iwona sweet ayothanda.
Routine 12. His routine was almost the same daily. We had a family business which still stands till today. It is called Nontlevu Trading, a general dealer. It belonged to Luthuli. It was built in 1948. In my view, this was one of the first cooperative businesses in the area. Luthuli got the men from the village to lend him the money to get the business running. Once the business was formed, he paid them back with the money he generated. There was a gentleman by the name of Mabasu who worked in the shop. They would open the shop early, at 7 a.m. He also owned 3 plots of land where sugarcane was farmed. It belonged to both Luthuli and Nogukanya. There were employees who used to work on the land. 13. He would rise early every day and would, between 6 and 6:30, he would leave the house. He would either walk to the shop, which was approximately 3 kilometers away, walking through vegetation. He would also at times walk along the road and utilize a bus which passed through an intersection near Stenga. He would then walk to the shop. Once at the shop, his manager and close friend of Luthuli, Mabaso, would attend to the business of the day. There was another person by the name of Ernest Mfega that also worked at the shop. He would later walk to the fields to supervise the workers in the fields. He would return to the shop. Before leaving the shop, people that worked in and around the area, people from the area, indunas and anyone who was interested would gather at the shop where he would read the newspaper. The news would be discussed and then would delve into politics. The shop would then close at 17 hours and he would return home.
La abejwayele ukwenza ke mihla ke ukuthi ke na lapha ekhaya bekade sine business enamanje lisakhona. Kunesitolo ke esibizwa ngoNontlemvu sakalithuli. Sakhiwa ngo1948. Ngokubona ke kwami lesi sitolo kwakuyisona ke sokuqala ibhizinisi lokuqala lapha endaweni. uLuthuli noma ubaba uLuthuli wathola amadoda ke endawo ukuthi amboleka imali ukuze aqale ibusiness. Kuthe mase livuthiwe noma selimile ibusiness lakho abakhokhela ke la ibusiness mase itholile imali. La kwakhona umlisa ke ugama lakhe uMabaso obesebenza lapha esitolo obevula ekseni ngo7 futhi ke lapha ke ubekade ubaba nendawo noma umhlaba singathi ke imhlaba emithathu ke lapha eyayikade itshale izimoba noma inomoba kwakuya mama uLuthuli noba no baba uLuthuli noma mama uLuthuli lapho futhi bekhona ngisho abasebenza bebeqashiwe besebenza kulama indawo ezingama plaza ngisho kanjalo noma le ndawo ke ebekulinywe kuzona ekseni ke bevuka ekseni kakhulu kwezonke izinsuku ukuthi phakathi ko6 no 6:30 uzophuma ke lapha endlini kwesisikhathi uthi uyahamba uya lapha esitolo uzohamba ibanga elingangama kilometer amathathu ahambe lapha ngaseyingadini kwesisikhathi ke futhi uzohamba lapha ngasemgwaqeni asebenzeke ibus elidlula ke lapha ke asempambanweni zalapha ke eSteng bese yahamba ke eya ngasestolo uma ngabe selapha esitolo lo imanager lapha nabangani ke futhi abasondele nomndeni wakwaLuthuli noma baso bazoba khona ke phela ukuzobheka umsebenzi wosuku ke la kwakhona futhi omunye umuntu ogama lakhe oku Ernest Mfeka naye obesebenza lapha esitolo okuye ukuthi uma ngabe ke la maqhubeka usuku noma malejana ahambe ke ayobheka phela umsebenzi lapha ke emobeni ukuthi ke khamba kanjani bese buyele esitolo ngaphambi kokuthi ahambe esitolo kuzothola ukuthi abantu bazongena ke abantu abasebenza lapha basendaweni nabakhona nje abathandayo kuzohlanganwa ke lapha esitolo ke bese yafunda ke abafundele iphephandaba uxoxwe ke lapha na kuthola ukuthi ingxoxo seziphendukela ziya ke udabeni lezembusazo noma lezepolitiki ubese ke lapha kuthi isitolo ke siyavalwa lapha ke ngo5 bantambama nokuyilapho ke ebese buyele emuva ke esekhaya.
Routine of my mother-in-law, Nogukanya. My mom-in-law, Nogukanya, was an early riser. She would rise around 4 a.m., if not earlier. She would not lie around until late. She would rise early, prepare herself, prepare breakfast, and leave for the fields. In summer, she would have left even earlier. Breakfast was soft porridge and bread with tea. She had green fingers. She could grow anything. It was always fruitful and in abundance. She knew what was to be planted when. What was plentiful, she would give to the villagers and relatives. When I obtained my driver's license, she was very proud of me. She would deliver vegetables and fruit in the vehicle. She was a good woman. My last conversation with Luthuli, on the day he passed away, Luthuli rose early. My mother-in-law had, however, risen earlier and left. Between 6 and 6:30, he began looking for her, calling her Mapengu or Nagafana. I was washing the baby's nappies on a cement stone outside, and I could hear him walking around in the house, opening the doors and checking the rooms for her. I informed him that she had left. He asked me to tell her that he had gone. When he left the house, he was fine, healthy, and in good spirits. He walked out of the gate which was at the back of the house, and exited the gate. I watched him leave. He walked unaided without any difficulty. That was the last time I saw him.
Make sibheka ke inqubo yenzeka mamezala wami unokhanya ubekade ikhahlela ke ngoku umuntu ovukayo kakhulu ekseni vuka ngo4 kwesinye isikhathi othi uvuka ngaphezulu kwaloko ekseni kakhulu akuyena ke nje impela umuntu olala impela ilanga lize noma nje lize kushise cha umabe umuntu ovuka impela kakhulu ke la azilungiseleleke la lungise ke indla kuseni ke ngaphambi kokuthi hambe emasimini ehlobo nje awubehamba ekseni kakhulu bese lungisa ke isidlo sasekuseni okuwumdongwe noma idongwe netiye nesinkwa yena ke bese imino yakhe ilihlaza ngoba phela umuntu owumlimi nonani noma yini etshalwayo ke uyayitshala futhi ke la umuntu phela obekade elusizo kakhulu umuntu ovunayo ke lapha ke kuyena nanokuthi futhi ubekwazi ukuthi kutshalwa nini lento esifanele itshalwe ngasiphi isikhathi futhi ke uma ngabe kukuningi asuke ke esekutshalile mesevuna ke uzonika ngisho abantu balapha ehlaleni endaweni ezihlobo lesikhathi engithola incwadi zami zokushayela wayengevejabule ngijabulele ezigqenya ngami ilapho ke futhi ke sasesihambisa khona ke izithelo lezi ke nama fruit ngemoto ke la cha yena baye umuntu owaye emuhle noma umuntu osifazane wayilungile umamezala wami.
News about Luthuli, 17.
Sorry, ma'am.
Sorry,
Beg your pardon?
Wait for Ms. Kupega to interpret the other parts from paragraph 15 and 16.
Ukugcina kwami kuba nengxoxo naye ubaba uLuthuli ngalilanga ngashona ngalo. Wavuka ke ekseni umamezala wayevuke kakhulu ke kunaye wahamba. Okuthe lapha ke ngo6 kuya ko 6:30 waqala ke sembheka ke manje ememeza umabhengi noma unaka mfana. Ngaleso sikhathi mina ngangiwasha amanabukeni engane lapha ke etsheni kaSimende. Ngingaphandle ngiyamuzwa ke lapho uyangena ungaphakathi endlini evula icapha kubheka ke uma ngabe sengimtshela ukuthi usehambile lapha ngitshela khona ukuthi ucela ngimtshela ukuthi sehambile lesikhathi ehamba laphana waye kahle nje sesimene esikahle ephilile ngisho nasemoyeni ke wakhe ngempela kwabe sephuma ke sehamba ke ngesango uthe selapha ke ngemuva kwendlu ke la ngambona ke lapho makhona ke sephuma esango ngimbhekile uhamba nje akalekelelwa umuntu futhi akukho kunzima ayebhekene nabi isona sikhathi engagcina ngaso ukumbona. Thank you much.
Thank you. News about Luthuli, 17. It was after 9 a.m. when someone came and reported to me that Ubaba had been taken to hospital. I was still washing the nappies and clothing. I was told to tell the whole family to go to the hospital. I was alone. I could not understand when the person told me that he had been injured. There was only one hospital that we had, namely Stenger Hospital. My mother-in-law was not at home by then. I rushed to the hospital with the baby. I utilized the services of a bus which had been running at the time. It might have taken about 30 minutes to an hour to get there. At outpatients, I was directed to the room where he was being attended to. Within minutes, my brother-in-law, Christian Matunjini Luthuli, had arrived. My sister-in-law, Thandega Luthuli, had also arrived. In the afternoon, we were allowed to see him. At the hospital, 18. When we were allowed in, Luthuli looked like himself except for a deep wound on the top of the middle of his head. The wound was not bandaged. It was open He was trying to speak. It was painful to watch him struggling to speak. He was really trying hard to say something, but could not. His one arm was limp. There was not much blood. He could recognize our faces, but just could not communicate. He was mumbling, Christian, Tembi, and we're a pastor in there. People were coming and leaving. Quietly, Luthuli slipped away from us.
Mayelana ke nendaba noma nodaba lwakaLuthuli kwakuwo 9 basekuseni lesikhathi kukhona umuntu wafika ke ezombikela ethi ubaba usethathe wasiwe esibhedlela. Ngaleso sikhathi ngangisawasha amanabukeni neingubo ke noma neimpahla. Ngatshelwa ukuthi angitshele wonke ke umndeni uye esibhedlela. Ngangingedwa. Angizange ngiqonde ke kahle ukuthi lokho engangitshela lo muntu ukuthi ulimele. Isibhedlela sasisodwa ke la sasinaso lesi sibhedlela sasisteng. Umameza lawa moya ngekho lapha ekhaya ngalesikhathi. Ngaphuthuma ke lapha ngaye esibhedlela nengane, ngagibela ebhasini ke la elali khona ngaleso sikhathi. Kungenza ukuthi ngathatha isikhathi esingangemzuzu engamashumi amathathu okanye kuye ehoreni ukufika lapha. Sengikhona ke lapho kulinda khona igumbi ngayalelwa igumbi lapha ayelekelelwa noma ayisizwa khona. Kwathi nje kungemzuzu etheni ubhuti wami wasemzini wabeke seyafika uChristina Majudini Luthuli. Kanjalo ke futhi no sisi wami wasemzini uThandeka Luthuli naye wafika. Kwathi ke ntambama ke savunyelwa ukuthi siyombona. Lapha ke esibhedlela lesikhathi ke sesivile ukuthi singeneke lapha uLuthuli wayebukeka ke lapha ke ene ngozi noma enokulimala okwakujulile noma inxeba lalijulile lapha ekhanda lakhe elalingabhandishiwe noma elalingamboziwe livulekile linjalo. Wayezama yena ke ukukhuluma kodwa futhi kwakubuhlungu umbona ekulesiya simo sokola ukuthi akhulume. Yena wayezama ngokusemandleni akhe onke ukuthi asho okuthize kodwa ke kungashokeki ngoba nale ingalo yakhe nje iyayifana nefileyo nje ingenzi lutho. Uthi ke futhi ke kwangekho gazi laliningi laphana. Yena wayesibona ubuso bethu ukuthi inkinga akakwazi ukukhuluma nathi. Zama nje ukukhuluma kodwa kungaphumseleki. Nokuyilapho ka uChristina noThembi ababe lapha ka kwabantwana baba inkokheli futhi ke abantu babe ngena ke lapha bephuma. Kwathi ke thulekile ilapho ke asiphuncuka khona ke ubaba uLuthuli.
The inquest, 19. The inquest lasted a few days. I attended once. The magistrate agreed that Luthuli appeared to have been struck with a heavy iron on his head.
Uma sesikhuluma ke ngodaba lokubhekwa udaba lakhe ke ubaba uLuthuli ke enkantolo la thatha hlalelo ludaba la thatha izinsukwana kona ngake ngaya kanye kodwa ke imantshi ke iyakumukela noma yakuvuma ukuthi ngempela uLuthuli kubukeka sengazathi khona into eyinsimbi ashaywa ngayo ekhanda.
The loss of Chief Luthuli, 20. When Luthuli passed away, everybody was bewildered. I clearly remember his funeral was attended by people of all races. People came from villages and from out of the country. The church where his funeral service was held became too small. Thousands of people attended his funeral. People were sitting on branches in trees because the area was largely undeveloped, just so that they could see. I recall Alan Paton remarking in his speech that they had taken his chieftainship, but he remained a chief. He said Luthuli had the voice of a lion. Members of the special branch were heavily in attendance. Whether he was alive or dead, they never missed a chance to harass him. 21. Early in my married life, I learned the hard way that the special branch police officers could barge in at any time. One would wake up and find a car standing near the hedge. Policemen, black and white, would be seated in the vehicle, just watching our home. If we had a visitor at home, a few minutes later, a special branch police vehicle would be parked outside. There was no doubt that we were watched. We knew about the documents that he hid under the house. These documents were moved out of the country after he passed away. 22. Nogukanya was devastated. They loved each other and were very close. She could not believe he was gone. But being a strong woman she was, she accepted it. 23. After Luthuli passed away, all our lives changed. It was agreed before I married and after I married that I will continue my tertiary education. This was impossible after he passed away. I had to work in the family business at the shop where to this day I remain. It also took a toll on my husband, who was still at university. He used to sing a song with the words, "Oh, my Papa." To me, he was so wonderful, which he sang over and over again. My husband often recalled how Luthuli, after returning from India in around 1948, picked him up when he was 4 years old and carried him on his shoulders. 24. Newspapers published lies about him. They were furthest from the truth. There was no doubt that something suspicious happened to him. I recall that it was Mr. Ngumalo that washed his blood at the railway line. 25. The government of the day placed Luthuli repeatedly under house arrest. He, at a certain stage, could only see one person at a time. He would not even go to church on a Sunday. On Sundays, he would rise, dress up in his suit as if he was going to church, then switch on the radio at 9 a.m. to listen to the church service in the lounge. He loved music, loved sermons, and loved choral music in particular. I remember him as a friendly, energetic, clear thinker who was eloquent and was great at multitasking. He could do many things at the same time. He was multi-talented. His indunas could not stop singing his praises. He was just years ahead of his time. When he won the Nobel Peace Prize, I was still at school. I recall how proud everyone was of him. A guard of honor was formed by the people of Groudville when he was leaving to collect the award. I am told that the guard of honor was formed by the people from Groudville when he was leaving to collect the award. 26. The family never believed his untimely death was an accident. We could never reconcile his injuries with a collision with the train. That is all I wish to state. I know and understand the contents of this declaration. I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath. I consider this prescribed oath as binding on my conscience.
Ke la lesikhathi ke silahlekelwa ke inkosi uLuthuli wonke ke umuntu ke waye ekhungathekile ngaloku ngikhumbula kahle lesikhathi ke etshalwa abantu ke wayehanjelwe izo zonke izinhlanga ke ezazihambele usuku lwakhe lokutshalwa kwakhe abantu ababephuma la esigodini noma ke endaweni kukhona ngisho nabantu bayephuma ngaphandle ke kwezwe leli sonto okwakubanjele kulona ke usifihlo lesakhe liyaphenduka indawo yesonto abancane ngoba ngempela kwaku lo umthuno wakhe wawuhanjelwe inkulungwane ke zabantu ababelaphana kwakuze kukhona ngisho abantu ababehleli benonkele ezihlahleni ngenhloso sokufuna ukubona ke lapho ukuthi ke kwakwenzekala kalani ngoba phela lesikhathi indawo yayinkulu futhi ke ingakhiwe ngendlela ekahle. Ngiyakhumbula ke omunye wanikezelela owaba isikhulumi laphana uAllen Python achaza wathi noma bengabuthatha kuyena ubukhosi kodwa yena uyohlezi ke eyinkosi esho futhi ukuthi uLuthuli ube nephimbo lengonyama noma iphimbo lepube esiqobo uthi futhi ke la nangalesikhathi kwenza yonke lento kwakungamaphoyisa kwakufikwa ayigcwele ngaleso sikhathi leso futhi kucaca ukuthi la ephila noma engaphili bebengazange nje bazi bakhohlwe ukuthi ke bengasonke isikhathi kube khona inhlukumezeka ababemnikezelela yona ngalesikhathi ke ngisanda ukushada ke la ngifundeke kanzima ke lapha ngoba amaphoyisa ngaleso sikhathi ayefika noma abe kunini etheleka nje kwesinye isikhathi uzothi uyavuka sothola na imoto imile laphana amaphoyisa ke limhlophe limnyama noma abamnyama bahle lapha emotweni basibhekile lapha ngisho ngathi wakhona isihambele esifikile kuzoba nje imizuzwana naleli thimba lamaphoyisa ke likhethekile la ngalesa sikhathi sebekhona sebebhakile futhi lokho kwakwenza ngingabazi ukuthi lapha sasigadiwe ngasonke isikhathi kona sasazi ukuthi lapha endlini kunamaphepha thizeni ubaba ayiwafihlile ekushoneni kwakhe kabe sethathwa lamaphepha ekhishwa ke nje ngaphandle ke la kwezwe cha umamezala wami nokhanya yamhlumeza kakhulu lento phela babethandana kakhulu besondelene wayengakholwa futhi ukuthi uhambile ngempela kodwa njengomuntu osifazane owaye qinile lahlobo ayiqine ngalo wakwazi ukuthi amukele emveni kokushona kwababa uLuthuli impilo zethu zashintsha ngoba phela sizokhumbula ekuqaleni kwakuvunyelene ngaphambi ukuthi ngishade na ke emveni kuba sengishade ngizoqhubeka nokuqhubezelela imfundo yami esikhungweni esiphakeme kodwa ke kwabe sekuba inkinga ke manje ke ukuthi ngikwenze lokho emveni kokuthi sekudlule noma sekukhothame ubaba kwakuphoqa ukuthi mangiyosebenza lapha ke kuleli business lapha ekhaya isitolo njengoba namanje ke siloku sama ke nakumyeni wami kwayisesikole ngasikhathi kwaba umqansa ke lapha ukufunda yonke nje wayise e-university ngaleso sikhathi leso umyeni wami bejwayele ukuthi acule ke la iculo elalina lamagama athi baba uyamangaza alifula liphinda phinde futhi azasho ukuthi yena ukhumbula ubaba wakhe ebuya le eIndia ngonyaka ka1948 uthi wayesemncane ke mhlawumbe wayela ko4 years uthi ubaba wakhe wayeka amqukule ke ambeke emahlombe akhe la amaphephandaba ngasikhathi aye khipha noma ekhuluma into ezingamanga ngaye ngobaba into ezaziqhelene kude le neqiniso futhi ngempela lokho kwakwenza singathi ngabazi ukuthi ngempela kwakukhona okushaya amanzi noma kwakunuka santungana okwenzakale kuyena ngiyakhumbula ke lapha na ubaba unqumalo kuyena owageza igazi lakhe lapha ke esporweni noma ke kulayini kujantshi uhulumeni wangalesa sikhathi lesa wawu mbeke noma ke ubaba uLuthuli ngalesa sikhathi uhulumeni walesa sikhathi wawuhlezi nje ukuthi yena bambophela endlini kunemandela ukuthi ke phela kwesinye isikhathi uthi uzobona umuntu oyedwa akakwazi ukuya esontweni ngamasonto uthatha uyavuka aconsa agqoke kahle ageze faka isuit yakhe ungafunga ukuthi uye esontweni meqeda bese evulela ke iwireless noma ke iradio abese ke manje ke ahlale lapha ke kwi-lunch lalele ke ngophelo bokumuntu obethanda umculo intshumayelo uculo wamakhwaya kakhulukazi naye uthanda ngiyamkhumbula loya babezala wami wayemuntu ke onobuntu ubungani namandla umuntu ocabanga ke ajule futhi ozimiselayo entweni ngabe ukuthi uyayifunda noma uyabhala loya muntu wayenamakhono amaningi futhi uyakwazi ukuthi enze into eziningi esikhathi esodwa ngisho nalapha induna ke nazo zazingakwazi ukuthi ke ziyeke ukuthi ziloku zihaya lapha ke ekutheni ke ziphindelela imbongi lezi zinikezelela ke la ngezibongelo ke la kona ke ngalesa sikhathi leso futhi wayesanda ukuqomela ke lapha ke ngaleya incwadi ke ye Nobel Peace Prize ngaleso sikhathi ngisesesikoleni ngiyakhumbula ukuthi bandle wonke umuntu wayeyichenya ke ngaye eyothola ke la ukuhlonishwa ke ngale incwadi ke la nokuyilapho ke abantu basekuhlaleni balapha ke eGroutsville babe ke sebakha ke i-guard of honor indlela nje yokumhlonipha ke lapha lesikhathi ehamba eyolanda indondo ke yakhe ayikade ke eyitholile ngisho ngalesikhathi kwenzeka lokhu kuze kube manje umndeni awukaze ukholelwe ukuthi ukushona noma ukukhothama kwenkosi kwaba ingozi ngoba ukulimala aye nako kwakungakwazi ukuthi kuhlanganise uma uqhathanisa ukuthi lo muntu libe ngalendlela ekubeni eshayiswe istimela cha konke lokho ngakuchaza ngiyibophezelela kukona ukuthi kuyiqiniso lonke futhi unembezo wami kuyothinta. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Chweni,
My lady.
the witness has read Exhibit J into the record. I'm sure you do have questions.
Yes, my lady.
So, do you prefer to start with that tomorrow morning?
If that is in order with my lady, we can start tomorrow morning because I do have quite a number of questions
Yes,
that we need to ask.
I prefer
the
that you start the question and your colleagues may also ask on a fresh day.
As it pleases my lady.
Instead of asking the questions and then you stop.
Leaving them halfway.
And then, yeah.
As
Thank
it
you.
pleases my lady.
Thank you. Mrs. Luthuli, thank you very much for reading your statement into the record. You haven't finalized your evidence. I understand that there's still, the prosecution is still ask certain questions for clarification. The court may also have questions, but that would mean that because of the time factor, we have to adjourn at this stage. I take it that you are available tomorrow and you can be here by 10 o'clock.
Thank you, my lady.
You may stand up now.
Siyabonga kakhulu ke Mamulu Thuli usifundile statement sakho ngenxa isikhathi ke manje ke ngoba uqedile usifunda kodwa umshushu sikhona ukuthiza basazokubuza kona mhlambe nenkantolo kungaba khona ukuthiza ufuna ukuthi kubuze kona manje masibheka isikhathi ngeke ukwazi ukuthi kuphuthule konke lokho kungcono ukuthi siguqisele usuku lakusasa ngithatha nje ukuthi kusasa vele uzokwazi ukuthi ube khona lapha ke ngohotel ekuseni.
Yebo Nkosi.
You will remain under oath and we will resume this inquest tomorrow morning, the 16th of April 2025 at 10 o'clock. You may step out of the witness box.
Usengaphansi kwesifungo ke uzoqhubeka kusasa ekuseni ngomhla 16 kuyona lenyanga sikuyona 16 April wona lo nyaka esikusunga khuleka ke okwamanje sizoqhubeka nawe kusasa.
Thank you, my lady.
This inquest is now adjourned to the 16th of April 2025. We will resume these proceedings at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Let's adjourn.